p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European service.
Apparently I'm saying hi to Alf because he's running over here. Come here, bud. Crazy boy.
The crew module thrusters.
I don't know what to do today.
18 seconds to nudge
Horn.
the end of the vehicle upward. Basically,
we always got space stuff. A lot of them prepping for tomorrow's entry. So we can have that up, but and tomorrow will be dedicated to that tomorrow. But today, I don't know.
The vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere.
None of the games I've been playing recently are keeping my attention very long. I need something else. Is that making our own game? Finding a game that's just random and playing it?
Seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle.
I don't know.
The temperature
so we're kind of chatting today.
To about 4,000 to 5,000
initially to myself and to Alf while he stares at me and wonders why I'm talking to him and staring at him.
Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual.
And then to whoever shows up.
Have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the
so I don't know.
The plasma
I don't know what we're doing today.
Around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from
that died.
Velocity of entry.
That's not where we're at. We are down here. So right now, today, they're doing...
During that,
so they're at
blackout period and the
22 something. So they're in their conference with their flight director talking about re-entry tomorrow.
Which is well within...
and there'll be some PAO stuff in a little bit, about an hour. And they'll eat and some more PAO stuff a couple hours after that. And then do their second trajectory correction
that will be commanded by computer
to get back home.
Speed.
And they get stuff stowed and ready for entry. And then tomorrow it's entry after they get up tomorrow evening.
We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time.
What do you think about all that, Alf?
And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the
You just want to sleep on my lap, don't you?
To make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response.
I'm trying to say hi.
And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away.
You don't have to be nervous. It's okay.
The chute deployment
it's just your dad talking to himself.
Stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion.
Holy Windows popping up on my tablet. Windows is updating something clearly.
To a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour in a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle. That must be,
we got camera inside.
Away from the rest of Integrity.
Interesting.
To ensure the deployment
of the rest of the
parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m.
This guy.
Each one of these
while we're thinking about what to do, we can make that a little bigger.
Apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet. When the vehicle is traveling.
Thought this was all supposed to be private. This briefing, but maybe it's not.
That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent.
But it's study time and review time right now.
That will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time. while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude
So,
rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute
what do we do tonight?
3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and
I went through digging out my
module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deployed.
Game design stuff
These 3
as a
large
thought.
Parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds.
I'm just, there's nothing, no active game right now that I'm just like, yeah, I want to play that.
And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 190.
I get my WoW addiction in a little bit every week. But that's not a play every day game for me. Otherwise it burns out. I don't know. Part of me wants to make our own game and somehow make it interactive with everybody.
The main parachutes, the 3 large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 200.
Don't want those parachutes sitting on your lap.
Them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for.
So I don't know. I don't know. We could briefly look at what I've done, little proof of concept bits I've done. None of it is final. It's just little pieces here and there. The full game is
so 11 parachutes will be employed
all up in the air of what it's going to end up being. I don't know.
And the current time that we have from flight
so far, I've just done little things to test out without AI's help. All this that we're about to look at was done without AI help. I'm going to shrink this window back up because I turned off cabin cam.
Out in the Pacific.
So let's see. I do need to do something. That's going to be covered by the telemetry already, so I don't need to turn that one on. I'm not going to bring up that, so okay. So we can technically start this, and it should not reveal any personal information. Let's hope. Yeah, you can't see the top right corner. So yeah, there it is. Computer's thinking about generating it. There we go. So this is all proof of concept stuff. We can do, let's see, unpin that. And we can scroll this to the side here to get the whole thing in view. There we go. So the proof of concept that I've worked on, bits I've worked on so far, and there's some other bigger bits that are more in depth. So in general, let's see. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here. I've done a little more advanced item generation and world generation than what's in this. This just takes some bits of it and strips it out to simplify it for this thing. But in general, what this is doing is dynamically generating a world. And this is like a single world block. So each one of these little letters here, right here, is a piece of terrain that's generated what type of terrain it is. It can be dirt, it can be mountains, cliffs, sand, Let me remember where this is all at. This is train. Yes, this is all the train types. So trees, grass, stone, dirt. This is all hard coded. This is not how you write a final piece of software, but I can make this bigger too. There we go. Not how you write software long term. This is just proof making it work. So normally all this stuff would be in a database and all the config would be there, not hard coded numbers in here. But so this defines all the different types of things. And then I have a thing that goes through and generates them based off of that config. Again, not ideal code here, but it functions. And I've written this stuff for the past God knows how many years and upgraded over languages many times. But we're just going to turn him off because he's just talking a lot. We'll just keep the pictures on. So yeah, so what this is doing is it'll generate a land block of different things decently. It's not great. It has some fine tuning to do, of course, but it gets a starting point. And then you can traverse around it, get different creatures depending on how far you are from your beginning point. The level of them changes. You can attack them and get items off of them. And that's about as far as this has gotten so far. Item generation is very simple in this. Like I said, I've got a whole, like this whole project is totally different. The item generation bit here. Again, still a lot of hard-coded stuff, but it does all the math and figures out your factor, your stats and everything that are going to go on, and the different types of stats you can have. So I've built out a little bit more of this in other places, but again, still all proof of concept. Just getting base game ideas in code. But we can talk about the bigger picture in a minute, but we start this little guy. Probably has to rebuild itself. Not really. Okay. So yeah, so oh, this is new. The live preview. Interesting. So yeah, so now you've got this world this land block, and the idea in the end, at least in my head and what I've written down in my design over the years, is that this is an infinitely growing world. So when you get to the edge of this, it doesn't just stop. It will, when you get close to it, it will generate this next big block to the left. And when you get to the edge, it'll shift over to that, and it'll just keep infinitely generating it. But this is all just different. This is all randomly done. So it just starts in I forget how high I have this starting now, but it generates, we got grass and hills and dirt and trees. We got some water feature up here. Forget what the little gray stuff is. Maybe that's sand, maybe. I don't remember. We can move to it and find out. But so like right now we're in the middle of it. We're in a terrain type of grass. There's, again, just placeholder creatures, rabbits, squirrels, all level 1. I can click on the squirrel. I can attack it. It says I killed it. I got 37 gold and 1 item, and I got new item 0. Big. Yes, I got a new item 0 out of that. So it doesn't, that bit doesn't actually do much yet, but I can eventually be able to equip or drop things like that, but none of that stuff works yet. But I can move it around. So now we're in a hill, and as I get further away, stone, not sand, stone. That's why it's gray. That would make sense. As I get further away, these creatures should, yes, now we got a wolf that's level 2, and we probably, if we attack that, we probably won't win. I was killed. Lost 9 gold and all items in inventory. So this is all, it's just doing, right now, it's doing all the simulations of the attacks in the background based off of my stats, which is nothing right now, and what the creature's stats are. Ideally, that's all visible in the end, but it's just doing it in an instant in the background. But things get harder, get bears, Goblins, no chance I win against a goblin. Level 3. Nope, I die. I lost my gold again. You lost some of my gold and all my items in my inventory. So, again, this is all just proof of concept to see how it would work. And obviously, it wouldn't be this for the graphics, but this lets me say I have generated terrain. Then we would put a graphical layer on top of this. I haven't decided. At this point, I don't think it's as a 3D world. I think this is a 2D world, kind of a top-down type thing. You can still have 3D-ish looking graphics, just with different how you make the graphics, but and just to show that this is random, like you can see there's a water feature up here and what this looks like. If I close it and restart it, it's going to regenerate all that again as different. So now we've got a big chunk of water over here. It looks like a swampy area with water and dirt and stuff. Trying to see if we got any other rare. So we got P. P is path. That's supposed to generate connecting blocks somehow to make a path. So it looks like it's kind of done that here. Done that decently. Trying to see if we have any other the oddball, more rare block types in here. I don't see any. But there's mountains and all kinds. Actually, there's another path over here that got generated. But I wanted this to be just an infinitely large world that would be shaped by the players. It's something you always hear about in games. Like, well, the players are going to shape the world, and then they never actually shape the world. So does it end up that way in this game? I don't know. It hasn't been made yet, so we'll see. But I feel like in the 3D worlds that they say the player shapes the world, is harder to have that happen. Whereas this, an example could be if players are constantly traveling along a certain path in this world, slowly over time, those blocks could get converted to path blocks and make travel faster on them. Or they could build a road, or they could build a city or a civilization or whatever, right? So it's easier to modify this type of world where it's individual blocks that are changing, and then it is modified over time. Then a whole 3D world where you got to then have to make sure the 3D rendering looks right. Like if they take this little section in the middle here and turn it into a settlement, I change like 12 blocks into something else, and then inside of that settlement you have it's settlement blocks, and then when you're in any of those connected settlement blocks, you have access to the different services of the city or resources or food or whatever, lodging or whatever that is, right? So this is much easier to change on the fly. And all of this as it's generated would become static as soon as it's generated, but it's infinitely growing. So if I were to go all the way to the west here, it doesn't work in this one. My other proof of concept does, but it would actually know that, well, this is how this previous block edge looks. So when I build this next block over here, it builds stuff that coincides with what's already here. So this water would probably continue over into here, and the grass would continue, and the trees would continue, and the hills would continue. It knows about this edge and knows how to generate stuff that attaches to it. So, and I've got that working for the most part on another thing with this model. Right, this needs to be refined still, but it's starting. But yeah, I had there's a lot of paths in this one. Sometimes like I said, this is all random. Everything that's designed is random. So sometimes you get a lot of something, and sometimes you don't. I'm curious. Let's just do another round of it and see if we get any of the rare stuff. There's also some settings on these. There's a lot of settings on what can generate here and how much of the thing can be water and mountains, or there's special blocks for caves. Like there's a cave block, and then that one, it's just a mountain block with a special feature of cave. Well, we got some C's over here. Is that cave? Let's see. I don't think C is cave. That might be something else. That's a lot of caves if it is. North cliff. That is not cave. That is cliff. Weird place for a cliff, but I guess it works. I guess you could have a cliff and then have another plateau on top of that. I don't see why not. So that's a rare one, is cliff. That'd be a block you wouldn't normally traverse, or you'd have some special thing you could do on there. You could do rock climbing, or there could be ledges and little indentations in the thing where stuff could be found. But the idea is that it's all dynamic. And it's not like somebody could map this out and go, well, I know, well, they could map out the existing world, but it could change too, since they made their map. And you couldn't just, like what I'm doing here, I'm just literally clicking this button and moving myself left and right instantly. It wouldn't be like that. And really, it would actually take time to move across this. There'd be meaning behind your movement, but that's the idea. I'm trying to see, is there anything else random in here that's not, that we haven't seen? I don't see anything else. So, but yeah, so that's the general, that's the proof of concept stuff I've gotten done to this point. Just to kind of see, can I do this? And like I said, none of this was done with AI. I wrote this by hand, just thought about it, did it. I kind of want to keep it that way, because if I start letting AI write a bunch of my code, then I don't know that code as well. I like to know, I want to know the code well enough to say, I want to make a tweak here and I know exactly how to do it. Right? I'm not well, AI wrote that, so let me go figure out how to do that, or just ask AI to do that. That feels. Does it make it go faster? Sure. Does it make me feel as proud of what I made? Absolutely not. I wouldn't have a connection to it anymore. And that's not what I like. I am perfectly happy to be disconnected from a cost analysis tool I built for work. Sure, don't care. But when it's something like this, where it's like a passion project or just something that's fun, if I just let something else do all the work, then this doesn't strike me as enjoyable. I'll use the internet to search for how to do things or syntax and stuff like that, but I won't have AI just say, this is what I want to make it for me. Nah, that's no fun. It kind of removes the developer's intent from the game. That personal touch is gone. So yeah, so that's our initial, what we've got so far. But when it comes to actually doing things, okay, just, yeah, nothing here. Let me do this on this other screen just to remember where I saved it, because I got more than just game stuff here. So just going back to, even everybody can see how shitty my handwriting is. How about that? Way back in college, so that would have been the game I was trying to replicate probably came out 20 plus years ago. There's my shitty ass handwriting, and it's still it's always been crappy and tiny. I always write tiny. Don't ask me why, but I write tiny. So this was, and I clearly spilled some water or something on the paper there. Wrote this down in class. I designed database layout and how I was going to do it, and all this stuff is way out of date and would not do it this way anymore. But this was the first thought of something. There was a game we played in college called Droid Arena. Right here, this thing. Yes, that says Droid Arena. It may not look like it says Droid Arena, but that's what it says. Let's see, recognize text. Can it? Recognize text. Let's see if I can figure it out. There's no shot it figures all my handwriting. My handwriting is horrible. some of these words I'm looking at, I'm like, if I didn't know what this was about, I'd have no clue what that word is. Okay, so it's recognized text. It's selecting text. Okay, so if I copy this, what does it think this says? There's another thing you got to make sure that I got blocked. Visual Studio. I think I have a VS Code. I went through and figured out where I got to block my last name. I don't think there's anything in here that's not blocked already. So what did it recognize? Oh, it did not recognize that text at all. That is most definitely not the words written there. Let's zoom that. Whoops. Why doesn't it zoom? View. The scroll wheel doesn't do it. Okay. Yeah, that's not text. That's not what I wrote. But it was a game where you had a little robot, a droid, that you had some pre-built scripts, or you could write your own scripts to tell it how it fought in an arena, and you just send it out, and it would fight stuff, and you'd get loot, and you'd come back and you upgrade your dude, and you rinse and repeat, and there was more to it than that, but that was a general idea of it. I was going to build upon that idea and make more to it than that, even a lot more to it than that, with more loot and social stuff. And this page is now upside down instead of sideways. Now it's upside down. Well, that's the UI, how poorly I was designing a UI for it. But I even have, what's that say on the side? Screen width less than or equal to 1024. So that was back in the day when the width of your screen, 1024 was common. And that was as wide as you could assume somebody had. But things have changed. We're 3x that now, that on width-wise on monitors. More than 3x of that. What was it, 3920, I think, is the normal width on 16:9 ratio. But so yeah, that was the first thing. That's not what I want to make, though. That's not. Maybe little bits of it are involved in there, but my original. Let's see, this thing, I think. So this was my original design. A lot of this was written in my Asheron's Call days, so there's a lot of harking back to that and the different things I wanted to be able to do. Character creation is not the meat and potatoes here. It was just write it down as I thought about it. But and some of this isn't even valid anymore. Like they will be starting town, sure, but then having to be able to create different services and tiers of those services depending, it makes the city size. That's something that I had written down in the early 2000s, and this happened in New World. Actually, New World did this same thing. The city size didn't change, but you had different tiers of services, and they would do different stuff, and you'd have to upgrade them. So that's been done. They stole my idea. But and then the world generation was the big one for me. I wanted it to be dynamic and generate on the fly. So there's all your. I don't think I put all of these in here. I don't know the ice is in there. It might be. But it generates it, and then build their own roads, and there are things like their pathways, and some of that was they're going to build them. I guess you could still build them, or they just makes a path because you walk there a lot, and you see that in nature all the time. People just a place that somebody walks. You see that on just in cities where there's a corner or a turn on a road, but then there's also this shorter route that's diagonal that crosses over some lot or grass, and you see the path that has been created there by people walking and biking across it. Same idea. But then in those blocks have different materials spawn, different creatures spawn, different special things. It could be chests or campsites or paranormal activity. It doesn't matter, right? And like the setting for this game is kind of up in the air. I want to have everything open for what could happen in this world. I don't want it to be set in, well, this has to be all fantasy related. I like fantasy is my favorite of the themes, but if you make it a more, it doesn't have to be post-apocalyptic, but dystopian, or people are inhabiting a new world, that could be the backstory, right? It could be a very rudimentary world to start with, and people, as they come, they use their knowledge and they build things, and you get more technology, or you advance your spiritual connection or your magical connection, and you become a wizard or a whatever like that. So you could have all of that stuff exist. It just depends on the story you write. So but yeah, so I mean, when you get, the idea was this world is just huge and dynamic, and you never know what you're going to encounter. Once a block is generated and somebody visits it, and things are established about said land block, they stick, right? They don't get regenerated. Like, you can't leave the block and come back and it's something completely different. It's still what was already there. If you already explored say there was a cave there and there was a chest at the bottom, it's still already open for you. It might be, and it's actually probably open for other people that come in there shortly thereafter. I don't know. I haven't, those little details I haven't entirely thought through. But it could be something where it's, you open the chest, and then for the next 3 days in real life time, that chest is looted, and everybody else that comes behind you can't see it. But then whatever inhabitants were there that created that chest in the first place, or that is they own, maybe they put stuff back in there and it gets closed and locked again, and somebody else comes along. I don't know. I have to think about what that respawn, whatever reset looks like. But the idea is that it's very dynamic, and it's not something where it's not a set world that you can just say, I know exactly where everything is and how to speed run to get all the good loot. I don't like that. That's not fun to me. I want something that's exploring, and just, you could get something amazing anywhere. That's where this line here, AC style loot, is Asheron's Call loot, and that all the loot was very dynamic. I guess let me bring something up about that. Let's see. AC Wiki, is that still around? Not Assassin's Creed. Asheron Wiki. This one, I think. Maybe. What are you doing, Bing? Take me to my URL. I guess that one's dead. This one? What is it? There we go. We got one that loaded. Click. Nope. ACpedia. Is that where it is? There it is. All right. So, looking at armor, for example, we'll look at a upper body piece, and we'll look at They're all quest items. Why are these considered retired? So we'll look at studded leather pauldrons. Not a good one. Doesn't give me much. This thing? No. There's something there. There we go. So everything this is a quest item, but it gives you an idea. The random loot is separate, but in general, you would anything you killed had a chance of dropping most anything you killed drop something good. Obviously, there's tiers. Like if you're killing a rabbit or you're killing a lizard or a snake or something, you're not going to get the highest tier loot, but you could get something special off of them. That's decently for the people that are at that level killing that. But all the armor had all these different stats on it. So like in WoW today, you've got your armor, stamina, your primary stat, and then you might get some effects, right? And maybe a secondary stat or two in there. And that's it. And it's always that combination. Like if you're a hunter, you get agility on everything. If you're a mage, you get intellect on everything. Not how Asheron's Call worked. It didn't care about what you were expecting. Because in Asheron's Call, you could spec yourself however you want. You could create whatever type of character with whatever skills, specialized, mastery, whatever you wanted to. So loot didn't know what you were. So you would always get stuff that drops at all kinds of different stats for different types of damage protections, spellcraft level. They actually had built-in mana on them so that if it has a spell, so this one, what's it got? It casts impenetrability 6, flame ward, and slashing ward. And as you wore this mana number would slowly count down. So 1 point of mana per 30 seconds. And you'd have to recharge the armor. So it would eventually stop casting those spells on you. But it was all dynamic and all very, very detailed. And heck, I've probably still got, do I still have it? Let me see. I might still have the add-on I wrote way back in the day that actually scanned loot, and you could program into it what you wanted to see, what stats you wanted, what spells you wanted on it. I gotta have that somewhere, don't I? Code. I have to have that. What did I forget what I called it. I called it 7-Eleven was the name of the add-on I wrote, as it was a 24/7. It was basically a one-stop shop for everything. That's why it was called 7-Eleven. I know I've got to have that somewhere. It was horrible code. It was I would be very there it is. 7-Eleven self. No shot this actually opens in Visual Studio and lets me do it. Without yelling at me going, you need to upgrade this to the latest version of .NET. Oh my God, I know. I know you want to download all these files. It actually opened. Holy crap. What version of .NET is this in? .NET 3.5. Wow. Surprised that opened. But so the enumerations is probably a good place to look. So you can see all the different your damage types, what they covered. You could salvage almost every item into the game, and it would salvage into something. All these different types of salvage, and you could it was a tinkering skill where you could apply that salvage to the armor and upgrade different stats on it depending on what salvage you put on it. Weapon types, skills, all of these different skills were things you could train. All these different armor types. You could change all the colors. Was this my main function? I had multiple classes in here. It was all in this. Well, no, I had a single class in here with a bunch of methods. Definitely not how I would make this if I ever did it again, but and it was before I knew a lot about programming. but no, I mean, this thing would scan. There's got to be a way. Is there a way to see my view? This thing. Well, no, it's just XML defining it. But this thing would let you define all of your rules, basically what you wanted to see on your weapons. Or in this case, I could actually identify item or creatures, and you could get notified when a creature you're looking for popped up and everything. I'm surprised that's still loaded. But yeah, so I mean, in general, it was very detailed loot, and that's the kind of stuff I like. And I like stuff that you can, just by looking at it, understand if it's better or worse than what you have on in the things that you care about. So you might have, you might not care about your armor level, right? Or you might not care about certain spells and stuff, but you should be able to look at this and go, well, these are spells that I care about, so that's good. I have a piece of armor that's got imp 5 on it. Okay, well, this is better. It's got imp 6 and it's got these wards on there. Or just something that you can look at, and not something abstract like versatility, for example, or mastery, or what's the other one they got? Haste. Something that could affect a lot of different things with some crazy formula, right? Now, this stuff does affect things with formulas, right? But in general, it was, if you had, once you got your fire protection above a certain number, you were good. But that was it. Like, it's a fire protection number. It's just a number, right? It's not a, well, if you take this stat and this stat and this stat, multiply it by this, take the logarithmic, it's just, no, it's too complicated. It's just bigger number, better. that's how simple it was. So, but it could get very, very detailed and intricate, and I like that about that. See, like, there's some more stuff on there. A bunch of different things that greater bludgeoning. I don't even know what that spell is. What is that one? Oh, bludgeon. It's just a different word for it. Increases your bludgeoning protection and whatnot. So, but yeah, I just like the loot. I like the randomness of the loot in Asheron's Call. So that's why that's in there. Put a lot of stuff in here that may not ever happen. Temperature, maybe. I don't know if that matters or not. But things that I was thinking outside of the box too, as like no levels. Okay, well, what does that mean? Because you've heard games like, well, the level doesn't matter. It's just, it just tells you your age. Okay, well, what does that mean? And I basically, my way of doing it was like, you can have all your different skills. So that was one thing, like in do I still have it up? Yeah. So here are all your skills. You have all these skills, and they're not just offensive skills or defensive skills. They are crafting, or like there's item tinkering, or assessing person, or deception, or healing, or jump, or lockpick. They're run. They're just skills that make you do something better. And my idea was, Well, make it kind of act like civilization does today, whereas where people make discoveries or they learn something or they learn how it could be very scientific, it could be mathematical, it could be analytical, or it could just be, hey, I found this new plant or this over here that tastes really good and it didn't kill me, right? So something as simple as that. But that there's like this for each of the skills, there's like a civilization level for that of knowledge for that skill that slowly grows over time. And as people play the game, as more people play the game, if a new player comes in a year after the game has started, it shouldn't feel like, well, I'm a year behind everybody. Um, but they should still have a good experience of, well, even at my age of one day, I can go out and explore and find things that make me feel like I'm advancing. My skill still goes up. My skill, like, from a numeric standpoint, for example, let's say it's 1 to 100 or it could be 1 to an undefined top, but let's say it's 1 to 100. And as a civilization as a whole, the highest level any player has gotten is 75. Um, so between maybe 1 and 50, your leveling speed will be increased. So you get to 50 fairly quickly. You still have to do stuff to level yourself up, but you get up to 50. But then the next maybe 15 is a little still faster, but a little slower than it was. And then those last 10, you just have to do what other people did to get there, right? It lets you catch up. It's like a catch up mechanic type thing. It was a thought, right? Does that work in reality? Who knows? But it's a thought. But kind of have a civilization based leveling mechanism for your skills. And it's all skill based. It's not a character based level. So like you can't look at somebody and go, well, they're 300 years old. They've been playing the game for 300 years. They must have everything maxed out. No, it doesn't mean they could literally have one skill. Like they might have just, as silly as it sounds, they could just be, I ran around the world for 300 years and I'm really fast. And that's it. Like that's all they've done. They don't know anything else. But you have no idea. You can't just look at their level and think that they're this master of everything. So some of that kind of comes back to EVE Online too. The way, not necessarily that it's real time skill training, but as a player in EVE Online, you have an age because you know how long you've played in game, but they don't necessarily know which. I mean, you can figure it out, but just looking at somebody's ship, you can't tell, well, they have these skills. You don't know. It just depends on what you decided to train and what you decided to specialize in and what equipment you have and all that stuff. So same idea, just kind of I don't like my biggest complaint about WoW, and this is where I'm at right now in this expansion, is like I've hit max level on one character. I've gotten a lot of my gear up as high as I'm going to get it without having to do high-end mythic plus and hard rating and stuff with big groups in the guild. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I've got it pretty high and I've hit this cap, right? And that kind of kills the fun of that increasing your skill, increasing your level, increasing stuff. So I want to avoid that. I want to figure out how to avoid it. Not that this is the actual solution, but it's an idea, right? It's something to build on and talk through. So you can see actually below there, I got skills and what they range, and 150 may not be valid or not, but and maybe another, totally forgot about that idea, is like maybe there's, not only is it you skill up faster, but you can, maybe while you're offline or even when you're online, maybe it goes faster. You can go to school, in quotes, basically, and learn about said skill, and increase it so that you can catch up. That way it doesn't feel like if you're a new player, you're just stuck in behind. You can never catch up with the people that have been playing for the past year, or 10 years. Not that any of this is ever going to become successful and popular, but hey, one can imagine and dream. but it's all kinds of different things for how to do skill ups and how that stuff, how it makes it so you don't. I don't think there's a skill cap. I think there well, from a technical standpoint, there has to be a skill cap because I don't want to. Numbers only store so big in computers. So you can have, we want to get really technical about it. The ideal for integers, so whole numbers, is a 32-bit or a 64-bit integer. And 32-bit is only gets you so high. A 64-bit gets you way higher. And the question is which one of those is really needed for the max? And Asheron's Call, interestingly enough, not the skill level, but the XP total, they learned that 32 bits wasn't enough, so they had to upgrade it. They had to change the code to handle 64 bits to let you level higher up, because the max level was, when it first came out, was it 50? It was low. And they kept a rate. Maybe it was 126. 126 was the max level. That's right. It was a weird number. And I was like, why is that the max level? Well, that's the max 32-bit integer for experience. So I think it was either the max 32-bit, the biggest number they could fit for how much experience you needed for a single level, or it was the biggest number they could fit into a 32-bit integer for your total experience from level 1 on. So howdy's ass. I'm just talking to myself over here because I don't feel a game in my bones right now to play. Nothing's itching. I know we had fun on Phasmo, but it's fun occasionally together. Just I need something that grabs me, and nothing is grabbing me. So I'm talking about my own game and what I would do. So you can go back and watch all the mumbo jumbo I've said beforehand. But been going through my Word doc here that I've been writing since high school about my game ideas. Some of this is stolen from other games I've played, but some of it's not. But just kind of just talking out loud, even if it is to myself. It didn't matter. I just wanted to kind of re-engage my brain on the idea of making a video game again, because I just look at what's coming and nothing is like screaming at me, play me. It just isn't. So let's make it. And now with Twitch and everything and having others, it would be cool to get others involved in either the design or contribute to it, and I don't expect anybody to spend any money to do this, but if they wanted to do something, great. If not, fine. But make it something that maybe it's a game that has a good Twitch integration. There was a period in the last few years where there were a lot of games coming out with Twitch integrations, and it feels like that died off. And maybe it's not just a straight Twitch. Maybe it's an optional thing or something just to get, kind of like the fishing thing on here right now. Like it's a chat-based thing where you can interact with it. There's something that does that. I don't know. But I was showing earlier before you got here, like, this is my proof of concept bit. It's very, very much just trying little ideas out. But all this block on the side here is a randomly generated land block. So different terrain types and everything. And you can move around them and attack things. I can attack the rabbit and... Oh, I didn't click attack. I killed it. So I got 14 gold and an item. Don't know what the item is, but I got it. As I get further away from home, I get harder stuff. A wolf, I attack it. I got killed. I lost 4 gold and all the items in my inventory. So this was just me testing land generation and can I do it dynamically, and then generate characteristics of said land block. So, but then I just kind of got back over to what the idea of the game is, and like it doesn't have a theme. It's just more of conceptual ideas that I want to incorporate into something, and how that ends, what it looks like in the end is a big picture. I don't know. Doesn't have to be fantasy. Doesn't have to be sci-fi. It has elements of both in there. I don't know what that is. Is that dystopian or post-apocalyptic or landing on another planet and starting civilization with the knowledge that you have? Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Maybe that's what we do. Land on Mars and figure out and make this that. Although Mars is a lot more barren, so it'd have to be some other planet that we couldn't call it Mars. It'd have to be some other planet name. But um but yeah, and I've just been talking about like how the loot and how I like loot that means something, and how WoW's loot doesn't feel like it means anything when it means something because it makes you more powerful, but it's very basic, and it's a this is better than that, and that's it. It's not a, well, I like this feature of the armor more than this one, and you have to not just put a lot of thought into it, but just make decisions. It's not just number go up. But then a way to make it so that, what the hell is this thing? Draft with Copilot. I hate AI. It's in too many things. Anyway, ways for people that are new to a game to be able to not feel like they've been left behind in this game. Be part of the world and be able to go to school to get skilled up and learn what they want to learn. And one of the things I was talking about is this isn't well, you're a hunter, so you shoot bows, and that's your skills, right? In Asheron's Call, this is some code for a plugin I wrote for it many, many, many years ago. It's horrible code, so we're not judging it. But this was the list of skills in Asheron's Call that you could train or specialize, and you had a limit of how many you could do, but all different types of weapons. It's not just offensive and defensive. It's like healing and deception and jump and lockpick and loyalty and leadership and different fletching and alchemy and cooking, and it's just everything, right? Like, what do you want to spend? It's like real life. What job do you want to have? So, but yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just kind of talking through it. I might play a game later. I don't know. I've got the space stuff up there. They're talking. They're doing a lot of prep work for re-entry tomorrow today, but so I figured just kind of talk through this. There's a list of all the skills, and this is literally a copy paste of the skills from Asheron's Call to start with, but obviously we wouldn't rip it off word for word. Some more catch-up mechanic stuff. Yeah, no, tomorrow's stream is not going to be Sea of Thieves. It's going to be watching the re-entry. So that all stuff starts. Good English. So they wake up at 17 on the 17th hour of day 9, which is usually around 11:30 Eastern. They'll do their last trajectory correction burn at. So this is 11. Let me see. What's the clock say now? I can't read that. It's too small. That says you can't see. This is hitting it. 7:23:30. So at 7:23:30 is right now on day. Here. 23:30. So they're about to do a PAO event. So they might have actually something we want to listen to here shortly. I want to unmute the stream just in case they do. PAO is Public Affairs Office. So that's usually when they do some video or questions or something.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and we do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame.
Okay, they're not quite yet. So 23:30 is here, and that's right now. So that's 6 p.m. They're going to splash down around 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's 1 a.m. for you tomorrow is when they actually splash down. That's here. And then it's recovery ops after that. So they'll be doing, you can't delay this, right? They're coming back through the atmosphere whether they like it or not. So because they only have enough power to this is going to get them on the exact angle to come in, and then there'll be a brief when they separate from the service module here. There'll be a slight little RCS thing just to push them away from it a little bit so they don't come in right next to the service module. Service module is going to come through the atmosphere too and burn up for the most part. It's going to hit the Pacific Ocean. But there's just no, they're coming back for a reentry tomorrow. So weather's looking good. There's no concerns there. I think they said there's some weather coming in after the recovery ops are over, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. It looks like the weather's going to be good for it. But they'll be landing a couple hundred miles off the coast of San Diego, in the Pacific Ocean. So yeah, but they actually come in, I think if this is right, this would be 8 p.m. here. So like an hour before that, they're just kind of entry, cruise, and loft. I think this is cruise and loft. Oh, here we go. Here's times down here. So CM separation at 109, entry interface at 129, splashdown at 142. So 142 is a little after 8 p.m. for whatchamacallit, Eastern time. So about an hour before that, we'll start seeing a lot of activity. I mean, they're going to be doing a lot of stuff tomorrow regardless, but I'll probably start streaming as soon as I can get out of work. I mean, I technically only have to work 3.5 more hours this week to get 40 hours. Not that I stop at 40, but I'm not going to feel bad if I stop right at 3 p.m. my time tomorrow. So, because I got to do something. Well, I scheduled to do something Sunday morning. I got to monitor some stuff over the weekend too. So whatever. So yeah, so we'll do that tomorrow. We'll definitely be watching that stuff. But yeah, today was just kind of, I don't know what I wanted to do. So, and neither did you, Alf. Don't look at me and say you knew what you wanted to do. So just kind of going through this and seeing what I would do. I've actually built, let me turn on some overlay things because it literally has my last name in the URL when I open it up. So that should cover that. I'm going to make this tab over here to open it. Click into this. And this. Oh, and I got to turn on. Oh, that should be covered. Yeah, that'll be covered still. So this is in Azure DevOps. I'm glad that's all covered too. I missed that name over there. I'm glad that video's over there. That's the problem with all this stuff that I do for development is my name is everywhere for all these tools. But I've got like this whole backlog of stuff to do. Like the game MVP, I've done some of this already and tracking it, but a lot of this is just kind of making the technology work and then figuring out, okay, what do we build on top of that for a game? So I've done a lot of planning over the years, but it just hasn't come together. Just hasn't had a time to do it. Where am I going here? This guy. So maybe now is that time, and maybe a stream a week we work through something or something. I don't know. But yeah, no, we're just kind of talking through. None of this stuff is revolutionary. The one of the big things too is like when you look at this is all text. Really, this is text and colors. There's no graphics here at all. But while I have done some 3D graphics in the past, I haven't done a lot. I feel like this type of what I want to do is probably better 2D anyway, and I can get behind that and make that stuff. So it begs, okay, what does combat look like? For example, when you do attack a creature, or I guess there could be PvP in this. I don't know how that would, what I would do with that. I'm not a huge PvP person, but there is a crowd that does like it, and if it's something optional to be done, maybe it attracts them. I don't know. But so combat would have to be interesting to see how we would do that. I don't think it would look like, at the scale of all this stuff, I don't think it would look like say like a Diablo 4 or a Path of Exile, like an isometric top down RPG looking combat. It might look more like a turn-based combat thing. So when I think about it, it might be something good. It just says glycerin everywhere. Otherwise, I would have just doxed myself. All right. So if I look at turn-based combat, there we go. Because it could be when you attack something. Let me see which one of these might look like that. So this kind of, Slay the Spire, that's popular. People are familiar with that. Doesn't have to be card-based necessarily, although it could be. I mean, why not? I mean, maybe it's an interesting concept. This is all up in the air, so maybe that's something. But maybe when you have skills that you've trained, you have cards. I don't know. It might. I kind of feel it's more push the button to make the skill happen, and maybe there's a cooldown. Make it more traditional skills rather than cards. But having this one-on-one look, like you're on the left and the thing's on the right, and you attack it, and that's how you do it. You could do auto resolution, where it just automatically does the attacks for you, or you could manually do it. I could see either one of those working. The way this proof of concept does the attacks now, well, it's only showing that I died and I lost golden items. In the background, it is taking my stats into account and the creature's stats into account, and it's going back and forth and taking turns doing combat. So player takes a turn, creature takes a turn, player takes a turn, creature takes a turn. And it's resolving that instantly because it's happened so fast in the background, but it is doing that exact thing already. So why not just expand on that, which would slow the combat down and make it more interesting for people, and doesn't require to be good at aiming or targeting, or you don't have to be fast. Like, it can be as slow pace as you want it to be because you're taking turns. So maybe that's the type of combat we do with it. I don't know. I feel like that's something more conducive to also run on lower end PCs. It could be browser based. You could make this could go to the point where it could be running anything because it's not a high graphics requirement and power requirement. And then because of that type of combat and that kind of traversing the world, you could integrate that to Twitch, or if YouTube would ever get their act together and let you do something like that with them, with YouTube. But I don't know. So actually, I wrote this down many years ago, apparently. I'm just regurgitating it in my head. Or have turn-based combats. That's interesting. I forgot I wrote that down. Like, you can learn from who you're fighting. So obviously you're not going to learn a lot from wolves, but if you're fighting a wizard or a goblin or something like that, you might learn tactics. That's interesting. There's all kinds of stuff I wrote in here that I don't know that I would have thought about again today. All about player-driven economy and settlements and civilization. It feels like this, now that I'm talking this out loud more, it feels like this is leaning more into this is a new, not to have a play on words for the game New World, but this is a new world that you are establishing civilization on. New World is a little different than that, and everything was pre-established, but this would truly be that. Like, the player is crafting the world, and as you travel further away from where you landed, you are generating the world as well. So we got a good video of them on there. Let me do here. This, make this guy a little bit bigger, see what they're doing. Are they eating? Are they eating? They are. Looks like they're studying for their. Victor's laughing, so they're not studying that hard. That angle doesn't look, I mean, it's still small, but that angle of the spacecraft doesn't look that tiny. So yeah. Oops. And resource gathering and weapons. So this is kind of getting into the weapons, and it's not just a damage number period. There's increased crit chance or bonus spells or speed. Everything I want it to make sense. Like, I don't want, I'm not sure how recently you've played WoW, Zaz.
Houston, please check the connection for PCD3.
But just as an example, database, item sets, hunter, just show me something with stats. Those aren't really.
Sounds great.
They're all crit and haste.
More images off that PCD, so
yeah, it's changed a lot since 2006. I prefer classic WoW. And whenever there is some big event or a fresh start hardcore WoW server that's classic WoW, I might do that again. That was fun. Just not because I'm a hardcore player, but the challenge of not dying makes it. My challenge was not dying and being solo self-found. So, like, I couldn't get stuff just given to me to make me powerful. I had to find all myself, and that was a fun challenge. Trying to find. Well, that went further back than I wanted it to. Items, armor, mail, chest. And I think some of this might have been there in classic WoW, but it's a little. So like here, for example. Like, if you saw this stat, zoom this in because it's probably impossible to see. If you saw this +5 mastery, what would mastery mean to you? What do you think mastery would actually do to your character? You could come up with some good answers for it, but are they right? I don't want that. Like, I want to see mastery. Okay, well, what does that do for me? I don't know. I want it to be something clear. Like, this is increasing the chance I get a critical strike. So critical strike chance. This is increasing my damage, or this is plus damage, or bludgeoning protection. This increases my protection against bludgeoning attacks. It needs to just be clear what you're getting. Mastery, that could mean different things depending on the class. Like, mastery of what? Does it increase your damage? Okay, well, what does +5 mastery do to you? So like if you look up what that stuff is, mastery. That's not it. Well, what does mastery do in WoW? It's a secondary stat, enhances a character's specialization specific abilities which with effects varying for each class and spec. It shouldn't be that complicated. Just that words alone. So increases the effectiveness of special abilities damage types, becomes more effective under certain conditions, provides bonus effects such as dots, damage over time, heal over time, free attacks, or free spell casts. That's just too complicated. Like, I don't want to have to do hard math to know that this is better than that. Like, yeah, a higher mastery is going to be better, but is a higher if I had two pieces of gear, one that was +5 mastery, and then another stat in WoW right now is versatility. Versatility. There's another secondary stat. If I had a +5 mastery or a +5 versatility, which one's better? And yeah, you have add-ons now that can tell you that. You can go that'll compare them for you and tell which one's better. But I shouldn't have to A, need an add-on, and B, really have to think that hard. Like that seems like that's too complicated. I don't want that. I want depth in my loot, but I don't want unnecessary complication in my depth. So you should be able to get the gear and understand the stats on it and know this is going to be better for my playstyle. Period. Like that, it just should be obvious. You shouldn't need a spreadsheet to figure out if it's better for you or not. So, and I get in a bunch of technical stuff that's not valid anymore because I wouldn't do it that way. Maybe some of the Azure stuff, but maybe not. This was obviously written more recently than I wrote most of this because this is using Azure and a little more modern things. .NET Core, which didn't exist back when I first wrote this. So I call it an MMO. I guess it would be. It's massive multiplayer, and there's probably role playing in there somewhere, and it is a game. So, and it will be online. So technically, all those letters are valid. But is it your standard definition of MMO? Probably not. So, but yeah, no, I think that's it might be something we just kind of ease ourselves into. Get rid of this guy. But I think I've got enough conceptual stuff built here that I was like I could keep going down these roads of these little systems, but I think step one is just going to be what is the actual game that we're trying to build? What is our goal? And is there a path where you can build the main, how do I put this in words? Build the base of the game, something that maybe it's not fun initially, right? Like it's just it gets the general idea working. Like maybe it's okay, we can generate the world, we can generate creatures, kind of like this, but it's more refined. We can generate items and loot and move around the world. But all of the things that layer on top of that to make it fun and enjoyable and something you can advance in and feel like you're doing something kind of get layered on top. If you don't have a good foundation, that's the word I'm looking for. Get the foundation of the game and build it in steps, like add the features, and that's what you see today in Steam early access games. Is you see the base game and it's very limited usually on what's there, and they keep adding layers and features on. There's a game in Steam that I'm not buying early access anymore, but I already have it, so we're beyond that at this point. Which one was it? This one? Yeah, so Lightyear Frontier, when it first came out in early access, it was a much more basic game. There was not a lot in there. So it came out, this is over 2 years ago now. Wow. But they've over the years, they have been slowly adding layers of features to the game. So if you go back, that's still 2025. I guess maybe if they got a
Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission, the lunar flyby.
Let me just see what they're going to say here. Hang on.
That made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right.
You going to tell me about a PAO event?
The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew final PAO event.
Okay, an hour and 20 minutes from now. All right.
To talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance.
You better tell those members of Congress to do their damn jobs. Fund NASA better.
Their congratulations.
Anyway, all right. But anyway, back to this. So it started off with a very simple survival game, but then they started layering stuff in there. So biomes and building things and crafting constructs, and then more automation, and you add features in there. So you've got your big roadmap like this, right? You know where you want to be. So when you're building things, you're not cornering yourself where you can't implement a new feature, but you just kind of layer stuff into there as you go. Alpha's walking around like a dummy over there. I had to figure out what he's doing. All right. All I hear is just click, 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 click across the floor, and he's just pacing in circles because you're weird, Alf. So yeah. I think it's design time. I think that's what we do next, is just kind of take the starting point and actually flesh it out into a roadmap of what we could do. And whether I get input from anybody other than myself, you guys definitely welcome any input, any contributions. I don't expect anything, so don't ever feel the need to. But if you hear something, go, hey, what about this? Sure, talk. But so yeah, I think that might be what we do here in the near future, or just in the coming streams. Not every stream, because I don't want to burn out. I would disagree. You've played games. You know what kind of stuff you like. I'm sure there's input to be had. If it was everything that just I wanted, then I'd be the only person playing the game. So having different viewpoints is good. Especially with games, because games are very creative. They should be creative, and they should be a reflection of the vision of a bunch of different people that wanted to get, sometimes it's a bunch of different people, sometimes it's a single person, but of different viewpoints and putting those together into something that's fun. Normal software development like I do is just, what does the business want? End of story. Boring. So this is different. So I think there's always room for input from everyone. And it is not to say like, well, and this isn't saying that Palia is the only game you like. Let's say there's some aspects of Palia that you like, right? There are features of it that you like. Those are the kind of things that, if it's something that, and I don't want this to sound like I am one of those people that wants to make a game that's addicting, but if there's something about, if there's certain pieces of Palia or certain pieces of Phasmophobia or Repo or whatever, or Sims, right? It does anything that are like, these are the things that when I start doing it, I lose track of time. Those are the kind of things that you want to consider. The stuff, now, what you think is something you lose track of time on versus what ManBear does is different things, right? Potentially. But the things that are keeping people playing a game are the things that you want to consider and build into the new games, which is why the game industry is the way it is today. Like, we're getting a lot of repeat types of games because there was success in some form of game. So like the Extraction shooter right now, when Escape from Tarkov was successful, then more started coming out. And now they're just kind of rinse and repeat. So but what they're not doing is they're not innovating from that much, which is what I want to avoid. So like, that's why this is basically an open design at this point. This is like, I want to go through and think about everything that I enjoy about games, what you enjoy about games. So like, you're 100% building. Perfect. I mean, you might be one of those people that in this game, and this as a thought would be, here's all of this cities and regions. Like, you build cities. You build cities is not really the right term. It's more like settlements, but I guess there could be cities. You could be like a for lack of a better term, an urban planner. Like, you plan out the cities, you figure out where all the services are going to go, and you build them. And then, like, I got a whole list of stuff in here that it could be cook and architect and jeweler and master mage and carpenter and barterer, banker, all that stuff. You have to design all that stuff. We could build all of that stuff. So you might be the builder. You might build roads to connect things. I don't know, but the things that are really intriguing to people, it's hard to make a game that attracts everybody, but at the same time, that's really, if you want a lot of different types of people to have fun and not just one type of person to have fun, you've got to build things that you may not find fun, but others do. So my viewpoint of what I find fun is different than yours and is different than everybody else out there. So all the input is welcome. And it's not, and there's a chance this game never finishes, right? It may never materialize into something that's releasable, right? That's fine as long as we had fun doing it. It's the experience, right? And that's why I don't think you were here when I was saying this yet, but I don't want to build this with AI. Like, every single bit of this code that built this, while it's horrible looking code, because it's been written over so many years and my experience level was much less when it was started. Every single bit of this was written by hand. I don't want to go to an AI prompt and go, I want a game that does X, Y, and Z. Let's start building a plan on how to do this so you can write it for me. That's not satisfying to me at all. Like, the creative experience and the actual creation of it is the fun part. I've built things with AI for work and said, I need this. And I've reviewed the code, and reviewing the code is not fun. That's not fun at all. It's like, well, I didn't create any of this. I'm just making sure you didn't do something stupid, AI. I just want to write this by hand. Will I do some Google searches or little bits and pieces here for just like, here's this spreadsheet, convert this into a SQL script and insert all the records in the database. Maybe, because that's just tedious, boring work. That's not really coding. But the actual meat and potatoes of the thing, I don't want to ruin that by letting AI do it all. That's not interesting. So, but yeah, I don't know. I got to build a framework of how to do this more than just my notes from 25 years ago. God, has that been that long? Yeah. Man. So, anyway, now I don't know what to do. Been talking for an hour and a half. I got to think about a little more how to structure this to do something like this on stream. I did a little bit of work a few weeks ago to get these different. I've got a whole group in OBS now that has different black bits to hide various things on the screen that I don't want to show because it has my name on it. Not my first name. It has my last name in there too, or my email address. While there's certain of you guys that I wouldn't mind, that wouldn't bother me having it, I don't want it to be on the internet perpetually. Yeah, no, it's just nothing is grabbing me. And it's not that I didn't have fun playing Phasmo or anything. It's just it's not a don't necessarily need a long-term game. I just need something that I really feel like I can bite into and just really immerse myself in. And I don't need to be jump scared to do that. So yeah, I just don't have anything. Like I was just looking at my Steam stuff, even the early access stuff I have here and stuff I've got installed. I'm just looking and I could play all of these games, but nothing is like calling my name. I want to do this now. And I don't want to play I don't like playing early access stuff. I mean, Phasmo and Repo are different just because they're different, but these survival type games and these ARPGs and stuff, I don't want to play them early on because then I get burned out on it. And I don't play it when it actually comes out. Repo and Phasmo, they are what's being added to that is new, making it have more stuff to do, but it's not really changing the core gameplay. These type of other early access stuff, like this Lightyear Frontier, for example, this is a completely different game today than it was a year ago. So I just don't want to play those yet. And I've got all these other games down here that I've played some of them. I played most of them probably. But there's nothing calling me right now. And it's kind of annoying. Because there's games to play offline and there's games to play on stream. And those don't always overlap. Like WoW is clearly a game that absolutely nobody wants to watch unless your name is Asmongold or Soda Poppin' or Towley. Those three and a Fuchsia can get in the WoW as well. But that's because they got big communities behind them already. They can do whatever crap they want in the watch. I'm not gonna make any new followers playing WoW anymore. It's just not gonna happen. So so I don't know. I'm in that spot where I just don't know what to play or do. I have little inklings here and there of like, ooh, I could play that. And then a few hours later, I lose the desire because I didn't play it yet. Like if I don't play it immediately when I think about it, I don't want to play it anymore. I've thought about downloading the private servers for Asheron's Call and playing it, but again, who's going to watch me play that? That is probably not exactly an exciting game to play on stream. I don't even know if anybody plays it on stream. Does anybody play that? Let's see. The negative. There's a bunch of followers. 6 days ago, huh? Played it for 5 hours. Old guy. Yeah, that's what I expected to see. Old game. Old guy playing an old game. Somebody played it. 74 views on it. What's this guy normally play? Does he just play old games? Asheron's Call, Noida, Slay the Spire 2. Those are newer games there. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know. Maybe I want to do the rest of the night tonight. Because there's not much going on. You can fish. I haven't fished in a while. I can unlimited fish. There is no throttle on me. I can blow everybody out of the water. Taco's not even here to fish. I don't even know where. I don't even know where. I haven't seen Taco in a while, to be fair. Oh, what are you fishing? Ow. You got a starfish. And fish. My turn. No. Where? Black spotted grunt. Yep. Ugh. It grunts when it goes around. You can always find that fish because you just hear, ugh. You got a traffic cone. Some of me just wants to play a mindless game that's fun. I don't know what those are. I don't know what a mindless game would be. I have no idea. Like I look at the Steam storefront every day. It's not the storefront. There we go. And nothing stands out to me that I want to play. Part of me wants to like get the whole list of new release or games that have been released in the last, I don't know, month and just roll a number and play one of them. I just don't know. And every time I explore my discovery queue, I'm like, nothing stands out. So what has it got now? Road to Vostok. What is that? First person shooter survival post apocalyptic game, early access. Everything is freaking early access. Physics based loot. Eh. Just feels like I'm gonna get like these, like this view here just feels like I'm gonna get jump scared and pee myself. Samson. Well, that started with somebody getting punched in the face. Action adventure racing roguelite. Eh. Morbid Metal. Ubisoft is their publisher. An action RPG. All just looks like video at the moment. Where's actual gameplay? There we go. Ask and ye shall receive. It's not very isometric action RPG. That's more third person. Lay of the Land. This is a voxel Minecraft-y looking game. Literally the same interface. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play Minecraft. I'm not going to play this. This costs me money. Minecraft doesn't. The spotter digger. I saw this the other day. You like dig stuff up and then you have to fight waves of aliens. Interesting combination. Oh God. This is kind of like that dig game that who was it? Llama was talking about the other day. Where you just dig. But then you have this like defense portion of it for aliens. What is this? Cooking simulation. Black Hole. This is showing up because I was looking for fishing games for stream. That's why. This just came out though. What is this? What the hell? I'm saying it's a bit too much fishing. Base building, post-apocalyptic. Reminds me a little bit of the name of the game. There's a game where it's actually like tear down. I think it might be called. You destroy stuff, but this is the opposite, where you build it and hope it doesn't destroy. Interesting. Cultist. This just is going to be a creepy game that's going to scare me. Turn-based RPG. Yeah, it's a little too anime-y for me. I've never gotten into anime. Monster Hunter, no. The controls for Monster Hunter have always driven me away from that game. They're too freaking complicated, and the UIs are horrendous. Nova Roma City Builder. I'd play Anno if I was going to do a city builder at this point, and that's it. Again, another cue that nothing strikes me. I'd installed Hard Space Shipbreaker for playing during space stuff. This is just basically you're salvaging ships. But I was way too distracted with space stuff to actually play the game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We could play pretty game. We could put Assassin's Creed Shadows up in like feudal Japan. It's at least pretty. I could go stab people in the back and fish. I don't know. This was oh, you didn't see this, Zaz. This will make you laugh, I think. I hope. Or you'll cry, one of the two. Where is it? That's a sequel script. No, it's back in this folder here. You want to see my handwriting? I have horrible handwriting, and it's tiny. Yeah. I'm a lefty too, so it makes it that much worse. That's the only thing I do with my left hand is write. Everything else is I'm a righty for, but I write with my left hand, so it makes it even worse. But yeah, this is just normal rule paper, but you can see I use half of it and use a quarter of that for a lowercase letter. I just write tiny, and it's horrible handwriting. And then what I did is there's AI in Adobe Reader here said, "Oh, I will go interpret the text for you and tell you what the text was." This is what it interpreted it as. This is what it interpreted. I had selected this bit here, and it came up with that. That's what it said my handwriting said. So oh, you can't see it. The video's in the way. There you go. That's what it came up with as the text for my handwriting. Nowhere close. It's like it didn't even try. I was like, I don't got a clue what this says, so here's some random characters for you. It got one. It got this Y at the end of fantasy. It got a Y. Nothing else is right, but I got a Y. So, and I guess it technically got the dashes at the beginning too. These 4 dashes on the first part, but it put them in 10 other places too. So, but yeah, there you go. There's my handwriting. So don't judge me. At least I stayed on the lines. It's just as bad today as it was when I wrote this. God, in the early 2000s when I wrote this. So. Well, let's see. It's 7:00. I guess I could try to remember how to. It's unique. That's the nice way of saying you have horrible handwriting. I know, it's fine. I know I have horrible handwriting. What was that? Well, let's see. What can we do? What can we do? This is just one of those random streams. We could do Assassin's Creed. I mean, I guess we could do Shipbreaker stuff too. We could just salvage some ships and not think. I could play some Lord of the Rings online. I could do Power Wash Simulator. Get that updated while we're sitting here. Adventure Time Pack out. Oh. Yeah, no. I've never bought those for this. I guess we could do Power Wash Simulator, get my money's worth for it. That or this. Let's do this because I don't have to think at all. We'll just do some Power Wash. Let me turn off. All right, let me see here. Let me get my ducks in a row over here. I need that turned on, that turned off. And we got a game. Oh, it's the key that made a noise. All right. Okay, so those are the ones we've done. All right, so we did this one? Oh yeah, we did the post facility. Okay. So we can do a billboard or a dog car. Literally a car with dogs. Looks like a dog. Okay, we'll do a dog car. Okay. That is a dog car. It's even got a nose here. I think Alf heard I was doing a dog car and he farted. Thanks, dog. I appreciate it. I should probably change my category, huh? That requires effort. It's very loud here. You can wait another half hour, Alf, and then we'll do your bathroom break, okay? Yeah. Oh, get the rest of his nose. There we go. got little eyes on its headlights. Wait, is it? Are those eyes moving? They are. The eyes are moving. Oh my god, it's creepy. He's looking around. And yes, dog eyes do move. That's valid. Was it Q? Q. How does it move? Oh, it does. Gotta look underneath, huh? Gotta get up under the doggo. Get undercarriage clean. I don't know, Midnight, while you're awake. Better question would be, why weren't you here earlier? No, kidding. Because I could have put you to sleep earlier. All I was doing earlier was talking. Yeah. But I'm more interesting in a TV show. Nah, it's fine. We'll put you to sleep here soon enough. Don't worry. And start singing lullabies. Let me get my category changed here. I'm just chatting to something else. Something else. They're still up in space. They did their lunar flyby on Monday. Today is Thursday. They are slowly speeding up. Yeah, so they're just on their way back. So they're about halfway back. But that last halfway is going to happen between now and the next 25 hours, because they'll splash down at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow in the Pacific Ocean. So they got a day left, and they're going to make the half of the trip back just because they're going to speed up. They're currently going, what does it say, like 3,000 something miles an hour. By the time they hit the Earth's atmosphere and do reentry, they're going to be going almost 24,000 miles per hour. So they're going to be rapidly increasing their speed as they get closer. But yeah, so they're just, let's see, we could turn on the audio for them.
Behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
My name, though.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that.
I know. Hang on. I'm getting my
just go in one location, or as
YouTube and Twitch things changed to power washing.
For the D5s, they need to go somewhere as well.
Because I was not on that earlier. And I do need to let Alf go pee.
Actually, you
because
have
it's
an
rude not to let him.
activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block.
We'll finish this car first though before he does that. There we go.
Okay,
Got all of our
At
stuff
the very end
updated.
of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you
It's
are
very
done with
loud,
that
this game.
equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5
Okay,
question.
that's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger
Alf just
up
sat
tonight.
down
Maybe
on the
not,
floor
but
and
if we
farted
do,
and scared himself.
Where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
You also missed earlier, midnight, talking about building a game on stream. You probably missed me showing my handwriting from college, and really still today, as horrible as it is.
By the morning, we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
You would have cried, probably. Zaz says it was unique. That was her way of saying it was horrible.
Cable that we are using in pump 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCs charged.
Collectivité de Saint Bernard.
We copy.
But then tomorrow night we'll be doing a pure space stream because it'll be their re-entry tomorrow night. About an hour from now, tomorrow night will be when they splash down. So
this is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation.
It will be a chat and stream and watching.
Flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on Reed.
It is a Friday night, though.
USB power strip stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
And one separate item for Christina.
1 a.m. your
some
time.
Additional files
Yeah.
to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
Nah, you do whatever you got to do. I don't want to make you stay up and be miserable the next day or anything like that, or be exhausted. No.
So with Integrity Systems,
but we'll be here if you are,
nearing the halfway point between the moon
as you are tonight.
Trip back to Earth. The crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow evening.
All right, brake light and exhaust. There's the exhaust.
Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity.
We got a dog car.
Ask them a few questions
with eyes that move.
This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours.
All right, so what did that unlock? Nothing. We just got a billboard left.
Before the following day's translunar injection.
All right, let me
en route to the moon.
Go let Alf out first, because he's getting antsy.
Free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific.
You can listen to Space. Yeah, I know. They launched on April 1st. What a joke. I was watching a video of some clearly idiot that just thinks everything is fake. Everything. Like, he just doesn't think anything's real, apparently. He's never touched grass. Just says that everything that you see in space from everybody around the world is all fake. Space is fake. Okay. You're living the Truman Show, buddy. Sorry. All right, let me turn on my... I reorganized all of my scenes and sources in OBS this week because it was really disorganized, and now I don't know where anything is. That's going to be called
less than an hour away from the midway point between the Earth and the Moon. There is the destination for Integrity's astronauts. The home planet of Earth.
Widgets, didn't I? Where are my widgets? Oh, they're there. Here.
The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning.
Right back. Waste management scene in play. Yeah, here's a kitty cat. I pet him for you. Pet Bubbles.
We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry.
Pet Squeak.
We have
rolled over.
Coming up in about 3 hours and 40
right.
minutes.
I shall be right back.
Return
you can stare at kitty cat.
2,
or
a
9
second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. There is a final RTC-3 burn, or return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead towards splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. An 18-second raise burn that basically will refine the angle of attack heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle. Almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members.
All right. Alf's waste management system is complete. His waste management system is called the backyard. All right. Go clean a billboard. No. Alf's waste management system is done. He peed. And to get down, he was so excited to go pee. He wanted to get it done so quickly. He almost just, instead of run down the stairs in the back deck, he almost slid down the stairs because he just didn't want to use his legs. He was running so fast. He loves his greenies. Came bolting back up, almost took my hand off, taking the greenie out of my hand.
This has been a fairly quiet day of board integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission. A conversation between.
So I got Zaz's favorite thing to do in games. I'm not going to tell you what she said it was. What's your favorite thing to do in games, Midnight? If you were playing video games. Like, what's a feature or features? It could be multiple things. Multiple things could be interesting. If a game has said feature or gameplay loop or whatever, makes you want to play that game more. What is your cocaine for games if you were a drug user? Hi, Alf. You interrupted my power washing by sitting on my arm. I can't direct my power wash. Mr. Boy. Hi. How are you? Oh, don't hit my mouse. Crazy dog. There you go. There you go. Sit right there. All right. All right, I think we are done with what we can do on the ground. Time to get our big thingy jiggies. Hey, it's stairs. Hello? Oh, I was on the ladder. Well, ladder's done. Easy. One day, Alf, you're going to sit still for more than 3 minutes. You really are, I swear.
Integrity, quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are
And the
only
desire to get the whole hole done.
Stowage bags on board Integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty.
So then you didn't hear my question, I think. You don't say. Was it your pet turtle? You know, turtles get ADHD all the time. Did you rig the test? Was the first 100 you've ever gotten 100%? You've never gotten a 100 on a test before? Or are we just talking ADHD tests? I've never actually taken one. I have no idea what that consists of. Only test that's not been like a school-related test was, and I don't even know the answer to I don't even know what the result was because I was younger and my parents did it, was an IQ test to get me into the advanced placement stuff, not AP courses, but enriched learning activities at school for things. I don't even know what they said my IQ was. Definitely above 10 though. At least 15 IQ. So what was your reward for said yay for drawing blood? Yeah. No, my brother, funny story about my brother, he's not good with needles either. Even ones that aren't in him. Like we visited when we were younger. It was probably middle school for me, high school for him. Maybe a little younger, I'm not sure. But went and visited my aunt in the hospital. I think it was my aunt or it was my grandmother. One of the two. Maybe both, actually. And just the machines and the IVs they had running on them while they were asleep, he passed out in one of them. And in one of them, he passed out and almost unplugged her life support. I think that was my grandmother. Yeah, that was my grandmother in the hospital. And my aunt, he just passed out. Went smack into the wall. So, yeah. It was funny and scary at the same time.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon.
Oh yeah, I don't have a problem with needles.
Continuing to pack up.
I think the flowing blood may be for me. I don't get blood taken
And we
that
are
much
about,
anymore.
20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which
And
they'll
it's just a
have an
little bit when I
opportunity
do.
to talk to
It's not
members
even
of
a.
Congress.
It's not like a big amount that they take. It's just like one little vial of it that they pull out. Yeah.
All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control.
So
the day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25
So I asked a
minutes
question
from
while you
now
were zoning out
at
earlier.
9:53 p.m. Central Time.
See if you have
That
an
is the
answer for it.
second in the series of
What
3
is
return trajectory
the
correction burns,
thing or
the
multiple
RTC
things,
2
if it's
burn,
multiple,
as it is called. This will be about a
that gets
9-second firing
you
of the
excited
thrusters,
and
fine-tune
or
Integrity's
addicted to a
path
game to the
and
point where
angle
like
of
you
attack,
just lose track of
simply
time when you're
tweaking
doing it?
its orientation towards
What
an
is
entry
that
corridor
thing or
that will take it
things?
toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night.
So like collecting animals and plushies of creatures. So like collecting things. You have to explain what that
And
means.
once again,
Autistic
just to
coded
set,
characters.
the timeline straight for folks who are interested.
Okay, so you're a
Crew, will
completionist.
go to
Okay,
sleep just after 2
I
a.m.
I can
Central
get
Time
behind
on
that
Friday morning,
because
an 8.5-hour sleep period.
I was for a very
Wake
long
up
time.
early
I still
for the
am in
final
some
hours
games,
in space aboard
but there's some
Integrity
games
at
that I'm just like, well,
10:35
it's
a.m.
not
Central
happening
Time
now,
on
so it's
Friday.
probably never going to happen.
At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver.
So what do you mean by
burn will
autistic
be
coded
conducted.
characters? What does that
Opportunity to,
entail?
sweeten,
I mean, I know what autism is, obviously, but I
trajectory
just
of
like in a
Integrity
game. What are you?
towards its entry corridor over the
What is
Pacific
your
Ocean.
thinking on
We
that?
will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central
Now I
Time on
understand why you
Friday
like
night.
me playing this game, because I sit
And a
here
few
and get
minutes
every little
later at
speck of dirt
6:33
off
p.m.
and
Central
100%
Time,
these, so
the
I can
pyrotechnic
see that
separation of the
addiction
European
here.
service module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft
So I
end
can
of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete
I'm trying to think
the
what
trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed
and
to
what
provide,
is the
best orientation of the vehicle in the
characteristic of his
minimization of
personality
heating on the
that
heat shield of
makes
the
him
vehicle.
autistic to you? Because there's ADHD, right? And then there's autism, and those are different things.
If all
I will
goes as
be.
planned, Integrity will
Don't
enter
hate
the
me,
Earth's
but I
atmosphere
haven't
at an
watched.
altitude of
I've seen
600,000 feet at
little
6:53 and 30
bits
seconds
of
PM
Doctor Who.
Central Time
I have
on
not.
Friday
I
night.
don't follow him.
Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned
I don't
6-minute
follow the
communications blackout because of the
it
buildup
enough
of
to really
plasma
know what
around
that
the vehicle that will block
characterization is that you're
communications and
talking
data
about.
transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston.
So is it?
Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish
So
comm
is it
with the
kind
crew,
of maybe
then
this?
we're just minutes away
It,
from
when you think
a series
autism,
of
you
parachute
think
deployments.
you get really focused.
11
Oh shit!
parachutes in all,
You
first
get
to
really
yank
focused
the
on
forward bay
something,
cover
and
off the
you
top
have
of
to
the
finish
vehicle,
it. Is that
then
kind
to
of
deploy drogue chutes,
the
and then
cross
finally
between
the
autism and
main
ADHD,
parachutes that will
where like
slow Integrity's
you
rate
in
of
one hand
descent
you can't
to a
you want
gentle
to look at a
19
bunch of different
miles an
things, but on the
hour
other
of
hand, if you get
splashdown.
really focused on something, you do that thing to completion. Is that accurate, or is it some other thing that I'm not thinking about?
As mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth should occur at about
Okay, so
6:54 p.m. Central
you're
Time
fixated
tomorrow,
on a
when
a
Integrity will be
concept or a
traveling
thing or a person or an activity, but if you have both autism and ADHD doesn't let you focus on it as much as you would like, but you are constantly thinking about it. Or it's constantly in the back of your head, I got to get back to that.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a 10 count.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
We're counting.
2, 1.
Big space test.
Blast off.
You have to know how to count down from 10 to be an astronaut.
Copy blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
Well, that's right. The PAO event's coming up here shortly.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth, is about 23,839
So having
miles
both
an
of those
hour, or
things,
Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers.
Okay. So,
and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft.
If you have both of
basically
those,
a
Midnight,
huge
that's
raft called a front porch
that's
alongside the
wild.
capsule after splashdown and after
I can't even
airbags are
fathom
inflated at the
having
top
both
the
of
capsule
those
to
at the same
maintain upright
time.
Orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle.
This is why you're not asleep right now, because you're not fixated on sleeping.
Before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch, and then
Your
be hoisted
ADHD is
onto a
taking
pair
over.
of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams.
There's got to be. I mean, I get those. Those make sense. There's got to be something to call both of those at the same time, right? Because I feel like that's doing.
481 miles.
You can't treat just one of those. And when I say treat, I don't mean take drugs. Like I don't think that drugs are always the answer. Sometimes you have to. I get that, but and maybe that's something you're investigating doing, Midnight. And there's no, I don't have anything against it, but whatever the treatment is, just be it different mental exercises or drugs or whatever it is like, I feel like you can't do one or the other, because if you do one, then you might exacerbate the other one. So it feels like that's a whole nother realm. It actually, ADHD is actually the name of it. Okay. Well, I hope there's different plans for how to deal with that version of it.
They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
On the bottom, underneath the other bags, and if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Yeah, it's almost like multiple personalities, right? That's a whole different ball of wax, right? You're not going from Jekyll to Hyde, right? But you've got two personality features that are kind of in conflict with each other.
Checking on the hefty bag location, And while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good. And GNC is
And both of them,
all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Man. Well, see, not that I actually know the feeling, but now it makes more sense when you've come into streams and whatnot and just been like in this state of you don't know what to do, and now it makes sense why you're in that state because this is happening, right? You're like going between the two. You're in between the two. You're in no man's land or something, right? So interesting. I mean, it's interesting. It sucks, but it's interesting to discuss and always in all cases, if you don't want to discuss it and you want us to stop talking about it, please say something because I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. But it's
in one of the two JSBs that you've been
I like
using
to
today.
understand people and what drives them, be it this or other things.
Okay, we'll have a look.
And hopefully, and I had this conversation with my ex-boss, who has other issues, but he had a anxiety issue, where he would just not function in certain situations, and a lot more than he let on. But we had a conversation about like it. I didn't ask him about it. Like I didn't ask him what's going on or anything like that. There was just a conversation we had about something, and he brought that up, and I was like, well, it's good to know that. Like that's the kind of, I know that's not something that's I have a right to know as your employee, but it is something good to know because now I know when something happens and you are not responding or it's not going as things aren't going as planned, or you're just acting different, right? I know what's going on and I can step in and help, like not help him personally, like not mentally help him, but if there's a situation that is causing him anxiety, I can recognize that is a issue that he has and help with it, right? Be it just like, oh, I will answer this question because he's obviously freaking out. I don't say that out loud or something like that, but I can kind of take the reins and take the pressure off him, right? So knowing that about people is nice because you know what the trigger points are and you know what things you could potentially do to diffuse the situation is probably not the right word, but you know what I mean. Just kind of reduce the stress of the situation. It kind of goes back to my with him. It was definitely useful. What I've said in the past of like I feel like laughter is a very good medicine for a lot of things. And with him that actually worked. Like when I could tell he was getting anxious, I would just say something stupid or make everybody laugh, and then that would just you could tell that it just the pressure release valve went off and he felt a little better, right? So that's why my goal has always been to make somebody laugh every day, because I feel like that's a good thing for, if you can laugh, something good has happened that day or at that time for you. Yeah, some people are just dickheads like Man Bear. No, I'm kidding. He's probably not even here to defend himself. Or he's here lurking and he's like, I'm going to kill you in game.
It is there.
will you have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain? Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
Yeah, no, that's true, man. That's like HIPAA isn't a. I think that's a U.S. thing, but that there's similar health protection laws around the world, right? Where they're legally not allowed to ask you about those things. But to your point, if they're not aware of them and something does happen, then it creates an interesting situation, right? Where they can do things that just aren't cool.
Made me
So
feel very good.
it's a tough situation to be in. I totally understand that issue. At least I haven't had to experience it myself. I've had to experience it at my present job with other people, but it's a crappy situation. Now, my ex-boss had other things going on that were unrelated to that, and that was not the reason he's no longer working for us. But anxiety is one thing. We can deal with that. It was the other stuff that happened that we couldn't. So, and the other stuff was not related to anxiety whatsoever. Oh yeah, I mean, I've had. It's tough because in my industry there are a lot of people with ADHD. There is one of my coworkers' sons he's like a lifelong intern for us, but he's got autism, so we've experienced that with him. And then he alone has ADHD and has been diagnosed with that. It's tough because to your point earlier about what, not necessarily an episode, but that having an effect on your ability to perform your job, that has come up multiple times with certain people. And it's hard because you can't hold that against them, but you also have to operate your business. And that's what makes that difficult, because you really feel for that person, but at the same point, if he's causing your business problems, that puts you in a hard spot as an employer. Some employers, to what's been said here, are just dickheads and outright just say bye and F you. We can't deal with it, right? I feel like at least the company I work for has not been that way. We tried to make it work, right? But I know a couple developers I've talked to outright just said, yeah, I got ADHD, and there's an interesting conversation we've had that I've brought up some points about, ADHD, having both is challenging. I think what you're going through is a totally other challenge, but just like a moderate level of ADHD in my industry, if you can learn how to use it for your benefit, it helps. So one of the things that I always have problems with, because I don't have much ADHD, I probably don't have nowhere very far on the spectrum at all. I'm just kind of I'm probably more of, if anything, OCD than ADHD or autism or anything like that. And OCD just from a perfectionist standpoint, and detail oriented. But there's a lot of context switching going on. Like, I'll be asked to do something in the morning, and then I'll be working on that, but constantly have to switch and look at other things throughout the day. I'm constantly switching context. And when you have ADHD, you're able to do that. Like, your brain is already pre-programmed to want to switch context constantly. So that's when I was talking to one of our developers about it, that's what he said. Is like he knows he has it, but he just uses it to his advantage. So it's a matter of identifying that you have it and then figuring out how to make it beneficial to you. But when you get to the extreme ends of those spectrums, that's easier said than done, right? So that's understandable. Yes, we learned a lot about. I learned a lot about you on New Year's Eve's ass, and Lottie. And I don't hold Lottie for what she said she was going to do. I joke with her about her not doing what she said she was going to do. But I would never solicit that information. So that's not who I am.
In which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening is
that's why when she was saying what she was saying, I wasn't getting red. I was just like, I'm just not going to entertain it because of the drunkenness level.
Coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Anyway. Yeah, you told me that I was in your will, Zaz, and that everything you own was going to come to me after, right? I'm pretty sure you said that. You don't even know my full name, and you've got me in your will.
Wireless mic audio check. 3, 2, 1.
And yeah, I do think with autism, there's a little bit of OCD too, because you need to finish whatever you're doing. And that need to finish it is kind of that completionist attitude, which means you need to get to perfection, right? So I can see how OCD could be part of
the audio from the
let's call it a feature of autism.
We'll be ready to start the event.
Not a bug, it's a feature. 6 handles in a hole. I mean, I get all your Crocs. I know that you're hiding all the Crocs. At least I get all your Crocs.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
So your list of things. Now, is this is just everything you got going on? All right. So let's see. Do I not recognize any of these?
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
I have a little bit of dyslexia. I do weird stuff when I say things sometimes. I combine words. I did that like twice today. I combined 2 words into one twice today. Or flip-flopped what I was saying.
Loud and clear.
So.
How do you have us?
Chronic pain. That's just a thing of age. That's going to happen. You just getting it early.
Right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again.
I would.
And good evening.
Oh, we got a press conference with Jared Isaacman. Hang on, let's be quiet for a second here.
Your final day on this historic journey around the moon. The people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They're energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we received from the United States Congress. We work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute
snapping hip
on our
and hypermobility
mission.
Snapping hip's an interesting one.
We have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country.
What do we think about these congressional people? What are they going to ask here? They're going to say, why should we be in space? That's one of the questions.
In America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at
and I apologize for making you hyper-focus on hyper-focusing. But you were already here,
Jared,
so I don't think I did too much more.
It is. I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are.
This is Ted Cruz. It sounds.
I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole. when Jared speaks about the people of Earth. Across the planet, people are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you.
Yeah, Ted Cruz cannot
Thank
speak
you for your
for
good
me.
cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions.
Go back to Texas,
Number
Ted.
one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Very important questions. Of course, Ted Cruz is all about superficial shit.
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and
I will say the stuff that Victor said while they were going around the moon was pretty darn, that hit home pretty good. I think there were a lot of teary eyes.
This guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McClain earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
This question has been asked 100 times. She apparently doesn't listen.
I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis II mission as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. Our next question comes. Our next question is for Reed. Comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reed, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I think, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right.
Yep.
That's all well and good, and that's a
You
huge part of the
learn way
learning
more
process.
from failing than you do
And
from
one of my
succeeding at
biggest
everything.
takeaways from life is it's not how well you
100%
succeed,
true.
it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Hello, Artemis II crew, Reed, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every
He's
step of
from
the way.
Texas.
The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Our next question
so
comes
very
from.
much.
Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babin and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build an international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing. But I will tell you, having been there, the four of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but it really was something. But the other thing, kind of your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket, and then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because it's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at a, what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splash down in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making Space Fleet, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on.
For my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's not
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Hi, crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis II crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Cook attended high school. With Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is, yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor, and that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis II. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. we are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a vet, be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher, or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in. And thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis II crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication. And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Why is my mic? There it goes. My mic didn't light up there for a second. It's crazy that they're halfway home.
Sounds like the next 24
And they've only got
hours are
less than a day left to go. And to get this first halfway took so long. It's because they're going to speed up so much.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the flight director conference just a couple minutes early.
Why do I keep falling off that? To the top.
Again, this is Mission Control
I
Houston.
have to
at a mission
jump
elapsed time of 8
to the
days,
top
1
of this
hour,
to get that top.
45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reed
I
Wiseman,
feel like there's another PAO
specialists
event
Christina Cook
later.
and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours.
We are at what?
As they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m.
Day
Central
8,
Time, 5:07 p.m.
146.
Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking
Let's
over.
see.
They will be led by Flight
Alrighty.
Director Fiona
Talk to you later, Zaz.
taking
Sleep
over
well.
from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
Maybe that just came early? I don't know. We're supposed to be eating right now.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of Entry Flight controllers
They've
will be back on
thrown the
console
flight
tomorrow
plan out
morning.
window at this point.
And that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis II flight. And that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown. The crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis II mission. This is Mission Control, Houston.
How high up can I go before it chucks me off? Guess we're not going to go around the side. How does this work? I can get on top of it, but that's not going to do me much good. Let's see. Pick up. Where'd that go? Oh boy. I can put it on either side, but I can't do... Oh, I can climb the ladder, though, I imagine. Okay. So if I do... Let me get the top of this. We don't have to get all the way to the top again. It's just a helicopter, Mr. Alfie. Probably the house on the top of the mountain flying home to their helipad that they have. I know, we don't have a helicopter, Alfie. I'm sure that thing ain't cheap to fly right now. Oh, okay. Very awkward. Ooh, camera's kind of wonky. I just didn't fling it as hard and it won't be as bad. We'll get this close enough that it will just fall. Yes, perfect. Okay, good. Now we didn't get that very well, so we'll go up this. Oh, we'll go up this. There we go. same thing on the other side. Ooh. Okay. And this little bit. Further over. Right. Not a great angle. Get the rest from east. Oh my goodness. A little doggy and he goes crazy. Come here, bud.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to
You're
copy.
okay. He's not taking over your territory. You're fine. Grunts at me. Come here. Come here. You're okay. It's okay. Lick my hand. There you go. Is that better? Is that what you needed? To make you feel happy? To calm you down? Weirdo. Is that better? All right, come here. Come sit with me. No. Come here. Come sit. You're okay.
Go ahead, Houston.
You're okay, I promise.
Hey, good
No.
afternoon, Jay.
Alf.
I wanted to give you a stowage delta,
Alf.
something that you can do
Come here.
tonight.
Come here.
So in
Come here.
terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The two items are, sorry, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those two items are
Doggy,
going to be
doggy,
the
doggy,
portable
doggy. What am I going to do with you, Alf?
and then a Ziploc with 4 AG
What am I going to do with you?
and you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AJ batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AJ battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AJ batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Light platform frame and
from
platform
Mission Control Houston
coupler.
inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna
One
Schneider with
thing
NASA
there.
Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator, will be Amy
This
Dill.
thing? Not this thing.
You recently heard
And Integrity Houston, 2
can I get
minutes
up?
to forward link
Please?
LOS.
Thank you.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets if you tell me where they're
Up
going.
on the
I'll put
bottom
away.
side that I
Just
can't
FYI,
see.
we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
Platform frame and a light. Something down there.
You can stow those in Locker Delta, bag 7.
Ooh, falling.
Okay,
This
bag 7.
guy.
Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty
And
full.
one of these lights is a no
copy.
good
We'll
one
see you
as
on the other side
well.
with that location.
Oh, I see that one over there. That's obvious what that crap is. Okay. Oh, that'll work. That'll do, pig. And that light. Okay. is inside of it. Pull it back a little bit. There we go. Fortunately, not far enough. Ooh.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcomer capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth.
Can't barely get it. Boo.
You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal. And there on your screen you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of these solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission.
Job done.
Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th.
Teapot Tea Room. See what else. Let's see what we got here. All right, so that's our job. No. I've not done the Chronicles. Oh my goodness, there's a lot there. And that's pay. Okay. Tea room it is. A teapot. Actually a teapot. We'll start this. I don't know if we'll get this done tonight. Let's see. They are... 8 days, 2 hours and 6 minutes through. So that means... How far until their burn? We are down here, and we are 2 hours, 2 minutes into it. Another hour and 45 minutes. I ain't making it that long. At least not on stream. Maybe in bed. All right, we'll at least start this guy. Here's our gnome. Hi, gnome. It's all one big thing. Yeah. Cushion this chair. Chair number 3. You already get the seat cushion in this one? Yep. Oh, there's only 3 chairs. All right. Get the table. There's a table. This is a patio. All right. Rinse and repeat again. Literally rinsed with water. Rinse before bedtime with water. And remove all the mold from the patio. What did I miss? Cushion's done. Where's the chair? Ah. There you go. What kind of tea were they drinking here? Like explosive diarrhea tea? The tea that spies give people they're having tea with to get them to go to the bathroom so they can search their phone in the house while they're there?
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, in just about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth. Most of the crew's activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA flight director Rick Hensling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting.
Any more of
and
these?
Installing and adjusting
No.
their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC-2 burn.
Are these going to be broken into
scheduled to
bits?
take place
We're
in
going to do
about
the
an hour
entire
and 58
patio.
minutes from now.
See.
And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day. And they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period.
Let's find out with this piece. These count. These count. Yes. Thank you. All right, we do chunks. Chunks. Wait, I don't get all the way around and realize that I'm missing something critical the entire time. All right, sir. Getting the flowers for now. Gotta clean your spot. Mr. Al. I know, you always want to go to bed. You get to sleep and cuddle and spin over and know your dad. Okay, so I can rotate this way. You can't rotate any other way. What the crap? Okay, I'm just going to sit in this chair. How about that? Or on the table. There. Enjoy. There we go. Well, I didn't have this to clean over this. We'll see for that little brick bit. It looks like it's just part of the floor. Okay. Let's see, how much of this is we do? Maybe we finish this patio and that might be our evening. I'll check something really quick. What are you staring at, boy? You're so weird, Alf. Yeah. An outside bit too. Oh, that looks clean. All right, what I missed? That's this edge bit. So I imagine. There we go. Nothing on the outside. Good to know. That just looks like leaves. It's just the texture makes it look like leaves, not actually 3D. Unfortunate. It'd be cool if when you did this, they blew away. Have a blower in the game. It blows them away. A little bit of bump mapping on it, making it look wet. It's just they disappear. Kind of unfortunate. Missed opportunity for animations. Realism. Going too far. Oh, what's nasty. Nemo. No más. We'll do this flower. We did it on the other side for symmetry's sake.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis II mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. During this cabin configuration, the crew is stowing any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites and the Deep Space Network. Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth. And then that third and final one will take place tomorrow, April 10th, about 5 hours before that entry interface takes place. During the re-entry process, the service module of the Orion spacecraft will separate around 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern
That's
Time,
only
about 20
43%
minutes
of it.
before
That's the
Orion
easy stuff.
reaches the upper atmosphere southeast of Hawaii.
Why are there
A
so
few
many
minutes
gnomes?
later, around
Jeez.
6:37
everywhere.
p.m. Central, 7:37 p.m. Eastern is when we will have that final trajectory adjustment burn to fine-tune
Okay,
the
well,
flight path
short
before
one
the
tonight.
spacecraft
We'll have a
begins
longer one
series of
tomorrow because
roll
we'll be
maneuvers
watching space
to
stuff.
safely distance itself
So,
from departing hardware.
thanks
The
for
Orion
tuning
spacecraft will
in.
reach its maximum velocity, which will be approximately
We
23,864
will
miles per hour just before
figure
entry
out our
interface.
game dev plan here shortly because I do want to
As Orion continues its
start doing
descent
that again.
at about 400,000 feet, the
So
spacecraft will then enter a planned 6-minute communications
we'll make
blackout.
something. We'll
That
make something
planned to take place
together.
around 6:53 p.m. Central tomorrow, 7:53
And this lady
p.m.
won't stop
Eastern.
talking.
And this is due
Jeez.
to plasma buildup around the capsule during peak heating of
We're going over the entire entry plan that we'll
During
be
the
talking
re-entry,
about
the crew is
tomorrow. So
expected to
let
experience up
me
to
find this
3.9
and mute her. There we go. So anyway, we'll be on. Let me see. What time does any action stream? It'll be interesting to stream start tomorrow. So they wake up at there. It's about the same time they did today, which was like 11:30 my time, 11:45, something like that. So 12:30, 1:30. I might start the stream earlier, like 1 to 1:30, 12:30 to 1. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have the stream up all day, so I'll know when they wake up. But closer to when they have they're gonna have a private medical conference first. But closer to their final trajectory correction burn, well, at least be on for that before that happens, and then everything else is going to be them getting things ready for entry. So, but yeah, probably sometime tomorrow afternoon we'll at least start the stream with no commentary while I work, and then pick it up as things progress. So anyway, have a good one, and we will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the Artemis 2 mission. Good night for now.